it's been evident, and I think we're going to have a great show. We're going to start with our posters and photos. So our judge is making his way into the ring, and they'll be bringing those posters in, and then our open classes. We have a few open class entries, and I know our fair schedule has said the open class is after, but we're doing the open class prior to the junior show. And then we'll get into our breeding stock after that. So posters, go ahead and bring those posters on into the ring and we'll meet with the judge. And then open class entries should be on the west end of the ring, waiting for your class. There should be some green programs floating around in the audience. I see lots of green handouts. If you need more, we do have a few more up here. Just come around and let us know if you need them. Thank you. If you have anybody watching or at home today and they'd like to check out what's going on, we are trying to get on online, and we should be streaming on the YouTube channel. And I believe if you go to the fair's Facebook page, there is a link there, and look for the Barron County Beef Show.
Hey John, where is your sandwich? There it is. Okay. John, please don't.
If there are any miscue exhibitors that can hear us, just a reminder that your papers are due to the fair office at 4 today. I do have extra copies of the cost sheet if you need them. But again, that was miscue exhibitors. I know some of you are setting up. If you have questions, come see me here in the ring.
John? That's not safe, honey.
Pull that cord
Yeah.
down.
John, I need you to stop.
You better get up. Get tangled in the cord.
Come stand in, Oh, dear. We're just hanging out until the first leaf come in, so we can see where about they're putting them in here, and then we'll go back. Okay? It's almost time for rides to start. You can walk back to Grandma if you want to. We're just waiting for the first animals to come in so we can see about where they position them, okay? Emma? Can you pick up his sandwich, please? You're not a baby, stop crying. Here you go. Can you pick up his shoes for me, please, too? Go put the shoes in the stroller, please. Stop shaking it. Does Ella think it's funny? It's right here. Honey, it's right here.
I missed
Be careful, honey. They're gonna come in here pretty soon. We're just waiting. Emma, you cannot lean on the fence, okay? Because the animals are gonna come in here.
Blue ribbons on their posters and photography are Stephen Kangas and Natalie Messina. Let's give them a nice round of applause. And we want to welcome our judge, Mr. Kyle Roseboom from Roberts, Wisconsin. He is a coach, or he works for the University of Minnesota, coaching their livestock judging team. Also, with his family, raises Maine Anjou cattle, and they, as a family, also show beef, hogs, and sheep. And he is an ag teacher spouse, so we commend him for that. So let's welcome Mr. Kyle Roseboom. Okay, now we'll get into our open class. We have a few open entries. So our first entry is going to be our junior Angus bull calf. So Landry Scott, can you go ahead and bring your animal on in.
Stop. No, do not stop there.
On deck will be our Hereford open entries. So we're looking for Alexa Messina's summer yearling.
Okay, let's
And in
go.
the hole would be our any other breed bull calf. And that would be Aaliyah and Brayton.
Okay. Stand back. That's filming. Let's see what Facebook can show.
Test.
Yeah, they are, but I'm sorry. Oh, look, I'm just saying,
Test. Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's certainly a pleasure to be back. It was really a good show last year. I really enjoyed working with the young people and the 4-H Beef Project here, and it was a really good show. I remember some really high-quality cattle last year, so it's going to be kind of fun. I'm anticipating a good show as we go on today. Starting off in our open show, a young man brought out a bull calf here that's going to start off our open show. He tells me he was abandoned by his mother, not the child, the calf. That would be bad, wouldn't it? the calf, and he's going to grow him out and going to maybe bring him back next year as a steer for the steer show. So that's kind of cool. Let's give him a nice round of applause as we start off our open show.
Congratulations again to Landry Scott on that entry. Next we have a Hereford entry, a summer yearling, being shown by Alexa Vecina. On deck is our any other breed category with our junior bull calves, and in the hole will be junior heifer calves of any other breed. Again, this is our open show. Our junior breeding show will follow the open show. We've got a few more entries and some championship runs to do, so just keep following along. One change in your program, the club herds will be after all of the junior breeding stock, so we will do that at the bottom, or at the end of that. It's a little flub in our entry system that it's listed several times.
Nice Hereford heifer here, a summer heifer that you certainly can appreciate. She's really nice moving heifer. You see she takes a long stride and reaches out real free and easy as she travels. Just a nice heifer. Hopefully she'll grow and be a good cow for the family here and turn into a good brood cow down the road. Congratulations on a nice heifer.
Congratulations to Alexa Vecina, also getting the champion for that breed. Alexa was a former junior exhibitor at our show. All right, coming into the ring now, we have our any other breed junior bull calves. We have Aaliyah Kangas and Brayton Kangas.
So amongst this pair of crossbred bull calves, I'm going to go ahead and use the bull to my left that has the more white spots on his body. At this young age, and they are young, and they're certainly going to change quite a bit. I like his depth of body just a little bit better. He's got a nice rib cage in him. He's deeper in his chest and in his rear flank. And so I just kind of like that look that he has. A little more length than the young lady's bull calf, a little more length and extension. So a lot of time between now and next year. They're certainly going to change a lot. But nice start to the project going forward. Congratulations.
Congratulations, first blue, and the champion in that any other breed was Brayton Kangas. Second place in that class to Aaliyah Kangas. They'll be switching out now and going to some junior calves, so we're looking for Aaliyah and Jasmine. On deck is our any other class, our senior yearling heifer. And then rounding out our open show will be our pair of calves.
in this pair of other breeds heifer calves. I'm going to go ahead and use kind of the painted heifer there. Really fancy little thing, has a nice depth to her rib and has a lot of potential. I think she'll be fun to grow out and see how good she can be by next year. But a nice little calf. The one in second, a little longer kind of pattern to her, not quite as stout in terms of her width, the body, and depth, but two nice heifers. Congratulations to you two.
First blue in that class was shown by Leah Kangas. Second place in that class to Jasmine Kangas. Next in the ring, we have our senior yearling heifer in our any other breed category. This is being exhibited by Tim Rivestall. Our pair of calves is on deck. And then we will do our champion for our any other breed for our open class.
I see a yearling heifer here, a nice kind of a shorthorn plus. She's a shorthorn Angus cross and got that blue roan to her. Nice female, appears to be kind of one of those that are going to be an easy keeping, kind of medium-sized heifer as she goes into production someday. So kind of a nice female to win this lone entry class. Thank you.
Congratulations to Tim Rivestall with that senior yearling heifer entry. And again, remember our first blues will be coming back for championship drive. Leah Kangas, we're looking for your pair of calves. And then our any other breed champion female drive would be next. The pair of calves entry includes one bull and one heifer calf. So we have a bull and a heifer calf out here. Following this, we'll take our first blue. So Brayton's bull calf. Excuse me, Aaliyah's heifer calf. I'm sorry, Tim, senior yearling. We'll have those come out for our champion female of any other breed.
Congratulations, young lady. You'll get a nice award here for your pair. It's kind of interesting. I don't see a lot of fleck-beak cross cattle. You know, a lot of the shows I go to, it's just not as popular of a kind of a dairy breed. Now, you go to Europe, they're very, very popular and are very well liked in the dairy industry, particularly the grazers over there. But we don't see as many in our part of the world. But neat kind of cattle. Hopefully, you'll have some good luck with these as they grow up and develop for you.
Again, first blue in that class went to Aaliyah Kangas. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Getting started early with the beef project. Okay, now we're looking for our any other breed champion female. So we are going to take our first place junior heifer calf. So Aaliyah's junior heifer and Tim's senior yearling heifer. We'll go ahead and bring those animals in, and this is for our champion any other breed.
We've seen both of these before, obviously. I'm going to go ahead and use the Blue Road female for the champion in the AOB division, just because she's a little bigger, more proven at this point. Kind of what you see is what you get. Little calf has a lot of potential. Be kind of neat to see that calf come back next year. But today, the bigger heifer with a little more age and a little more maturity. Maturity is going to get the nod here. So congratulations to both of you.
So now we will do our grand champion female for our open show. So Alexa Messina, go ahead and bring your summer yearling in. That's from the Hereford class. On deck will be our grand champion male. So we will be looking for our Angus, Landry's Angus bull calf, and Brayton's any other breed bull calf. Our junior exhibitors, our junior breeding stock show will be following the bull, the grand champion bull class. So Angus junior yearling heifers will be in the hole.
Where's the cat? What? Where's the cat? What? Where is the cat? Water.
Where's the bottle cover?
Oh, it's in the store. Oh, one's in the store.
Nora. Gunnar, can you stand up for a second? Red.
Two nice heifers here competing for champion. Both have some good things about them. Certainly feet and legs on both these heifers are extremely good. They flex really well off either end of their skeleton and have some good looseness to their hind leg and the way they step forward. So I like both of these from their structure standpoint. I think there's just a little bit more to your Blue Roan, so I'm going to give her the nod to be champion today. But just a nice pair of heifers. Congratulations to both of you.
Congratulations, little family bragging rights there, right? Dad won't hold that over daughter at all, right? Oh, it's Alexa's animal, so there you go. Congratulations, that grand champion female was shown by Tim Riebestall and reserved by Alexa Messina. Let's give all of our open exhibitors a nice round of applause. We also have, let's go ahead. Okay, now our grand champion of our bull category, so Landry and Brayton, go ahead and bring them on in.
Nora. You guys.
Hopefully these young people bring them back next year and kind of add to your steer show. But I think today as young bulls, just thinking down the road as a potential bull, kind of way this class is named, I just think the Angus has just got more muscle and just width to him. You stand behind him, he's just a little thicker at this stage of his development. So he's going to be a champion bull. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Landry Scott with that grand champion Angus exhibit. And our reserve went to Brayton Angus. Again, let's give these open class exhibitors a nice round of applause. It's been a long time since we've had a number of open entries, and we're glad to see that happening.
Nora.
Our junior exhibitors getting into our breeding classes. We are going to start with the Angus junior yearlings. So we are going to go ahead and have Patty Hargrave, Lillian Knudsen, Mackenzie Knudsen, and Julianne Putsky go ahead and bring those junior yearling heifers into the ring. And then our Hereford heifer calf will be on deck. Our club herds we will do at following our grand champion female. Okay.
Red. Nora.
Well, if I don't see another heifer the rest of the day, I can really feel confident we may have some of the best heifers in the barn come out early in one class. Let's give them a nice round of applause. These Angus heifers are really, really good. I'm sure we got some good ones coming, but it's kind of nice to see the quality here. Outstanding females from end to end. Little differences in them, but I think when I stood back and kind of just soaked them all in from the 50-yard line, they're just a heifer that's kind of got a green flashing light right above it that says, pick me, pick me, pick me. And I think it's just that brute cow over there on the right. She's just she's the kind you want a whole bunch of. Just wide-based, big, soggy rib cage in that female, big feet, big bone. And just kind of, gets around the ram and acceptable set of running gear. You just kind of like to have a bunch of those to make mama cows all day long. Now, if I could change her, I guess maybe not change her, but if there's a couple things about 2 and 3 that are a little better than her, she's not the most slick-necked, pretty-necked Angus that you'll see. Some of these Angus breeders are trying to take all the neck and throat latch out of them. But if you start doing that, you take some body and rib out of them. So I wouldn't say she's the sexiest front one I've ever seen, but that's a pretty nice heifer in terms of body, power, rib, and bone. 2 and 3 are really nice heifers. They just ran into a fast racetrack out here. 2 and 3 are really, really good. The 2 heifers really good in terms of just that top line, and that length of hip is really good in that heifer. She's got a little better front end in terms of the angle of her shoulder than the heifer in 3rd. See how the second heifer just puts her feet down north and south. She's got a good foot underneath her, and her front end alignment is just really, really good. The 3 heifer wants to turn her front feet out just a little bit. Her shoulder's a little more upright in its angle. The 2 heifer's really good in the way her front shoulder's built structurally. Good long hip in that heifer. The 3 heifer, she's really long neck, up-headed, just really beautiful front end in her. But you get right behind her, she gets a little narrow because sometimes those really good necked ones get a little narrow when you get right behind those cattle. And she's a little narrow right out through her hip. She doesn't track quite as wide and maybe turns her feet out a little bit more than ideal. It doesn't have that square foot shape. But that's a really good heifer when she's standing there from the profile in terms of just that straightness. The last place heifer is a good heifer. I like her feet and legs as good as any. She tracks real good. She doesn't have quite the depth of those other heifers, quite the extra thickness, but that heifer's feet and legs are as good as any in the class. Just needs a little more added performance to her. But a great class, good way to start off the breeding heifer show.
Congratulations to Julianne Husky at the North Star 4-H Club with that junior yearling heifer, and reserve second place and reserve champion to Lily Knudsen, also of the North Star 4-H Club. Next, we've got our Hereford breed. So we have 2 entries in this class. Heifer calf under 4 months. We've got exhibits by Natalie Bassina and Ella Briggs. Our Simmental junior yearling heifer is on deck. So Nathaniel, you're on deck.
Down by the adult leadership, it's still sitting inside of the little shelf right at that window. It's baseball. Yep. Where's your baseball hat on? That would have been from Tuesday. So it's there.
It's back.
Yep. On that little shelf. There's that window. Yep. Go get it. Remember that little shelf by the screen window where we went into the food stand? It's down there. Sit. No, sit. Sit.
Real nice pair of Herefords. I really like this white tag heifer here that's going to be first in this class. She's really extended up through her neck and has a really kind of fancy look about her as a baby. I think she'll really grow into kind of one of those really fancy, stylish kind of junior yearlings. She has a little extra muscle when you get right behind her too, comparably to the second place heifer. Second place heifer, a nice kind of pattern to her. She's just really young and just still on the bottle. So as she grows and develops, this thing could change down the road. But today, I think the darker red heifer just has a little bit more to her in this early stage. But a nice pair of heifers. Congratulations.
Okay, Ella Briggs, congratulations, had that first place and champion of that Hereford entries. So second place to Natalie Messina. Now in the ring we have our Simmental breed, and this is our 1 entry in the breed, our junior yearling heifer. On deck will be our crossbred. So crossbred bull calves under 4 months are on deck.
Leave her alone. Stop.
only entry in the Simmental division here, but I think if we had a group of 20 out here, I think this heifer would surface to the top because this is just the right kind of cattle. She's really just a nice looking female from the side. She balances up extremely well. The angularity to her front end combined with that extra sweep of belly is really good. A nice powerful hip and hind leg in this girl. We'll see how she stacks up, but I think you need to be proud of a good quality up here. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Nathaniel Putsky with that Simmental entry. And remember, our first blue and champions of those classes will come back for our overall grand champion female drive. We are jumping down to our crossbred category. So Easton Messina with the bull calf under 4 months. On deck will be Stephen Kakis with his junior heifer calf.
So this is our bull class here for 4-H, a young kind of spring-born bull calf. Really like the bone and foot size on him. Look at his front feet; they're pretty big and stout. I think he's going to be kind of an easy keeping, hopefully a good growing kind of calf. The young man says they're probably going to steer this guy and bring him back as a 4-H steer next year. And he's got a good foundation for that. Some stoutness, some width, and some depth of body. Those things always make for easy feeding cattle. So let's give him a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Easton Messina, showing for Prairie Hustlers 4-H Club with that bull calf entry. Now we're in the crossbred category with the junior heifer calf. Our senior heifer calf, that would be Easton and Stephen, are on deck. And in the hole will be our junior yearlings, so Madeline Kruger and Mia Putsky.
So a January calf here that belongs to the 16-year-old cow out here. So, I think all producers, when you raise cattle, you kind of want to make the next generation better, and hopefully this cow passes on some good traits to this calf. She's really deep. I think you got a nice prospect here to make a good, easy-keeping kind of brood cow as she gets into production someday. I love the depth of body in this heifer. Good expansion to her rib. Nice heifer calf. Congratulations.
Congratulations. That exhibit was shown by Stephen Kagas from the Countrysiders 4-H class, or 4-H club, excuse me. Next coming into the ring, we will have our senior heifer calf in the crossbred group. Easton Messina and Stephen Kangas. Stephen's got to switch an animal around. On deck will be our junior yearling heifer in the crossbred group, and I believe that's just Mila.
A real fancy heifer here. She's a shorthorn cross with some Angus. I'm thinking maybe red Angus, but what a really fancy kind of heifer. You look through her neck and her front end, she's really got a good stylish look to her. Really level in her top and kind of has a good straight back and good straight top line in her. So nice project. Hopefully she'll make a good cow for you again. That's kind of the goal. So good job, bud.
Next in the ring is our junior yearling heifer in our crossbred group. We've got one exhibit shown by Mia Putsky. Madeline probably was a scratch on that one that we missed in our program, so my apologies for that. On deck will be the cow-calf class and our cow class. And following the cow and cow-calf class, we will do our champion drive for crossbred.
So we have kind of a Simmental-based heifer here. We're showing her in the crossbred class, but she's out of a Simmental bull, and you know she could actually probably be papered as a foundation because of her pedigree. But that's a nice heifer, really extended through her front end, has a really good length to her neck and head, and has some attractiveness to her. Very long-bodied and really good down her top. I like her levelness behind her shoulder extremely well. Maybe if I can improve her, I'd just like to deepen her just a little bit and give her a bit more rear rib and capacity there, but that's a really good prospect. I think if you get her mated right, you can really have some fun with her calves as show cattle down the road because she's really got a lot of eye appeal to her. So congratulations.
Congratulations, first blue in that class shown by Mia Putsky. And a reminder that the first blues from our crossbred heifer class will go back out for champions. Now we'll do our cow 2 years and older and cow calf class together. So this will be Stephen Kangas with his entry. On deck will be our champion drive for the crossbred class category.
Well, I can honestly say, and I've judged quite a few cow-calf shows over the last 15 years, I've never seen a cow in the cow-calf class that's 16 years old. Usually they're 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds kind of in the prime of their life, but you know what? This is probably the most profitable cow I've ever seen in the cow-calf division too. Those fancy little 2-year-olds that never produce after that, you know, they're not money makers, they're money pits. And you know, a cow don't make money until they're 6 years old if you look at the way economics is, and a cow takes 6 years to pay herself off before she starts making money. So that's a money-making cow you have. That's called longevity, and that's kind of what in the beef industry, these guys out west really want to breed for that longevity because it allows them to be more profitable and market their offsprings more years and in turn more profit on those cows. So congratulations, that's incredible. And you know what? She's a nice cow too. She's deep, she's stout, she looks like she's really easy keeping. And at my house, I try to keep them as long as I can, and usually the reason they get called is they just don't breed back. So what I find really incredible about her, she keeps breeding back every year. So she's got some fertility, and that's a good, extremely good trait. Hopefully she passes it on to the little daughter on the side of her, and maybe she'll be the next thing. Well, I don't think I'll be here 16 years from now, but if I am, she may be at the show 16 years from now. So congratulations. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Stephen Kangas with that entry. Actually, that entry can just stay right out here because, he's got to go grab another calf. We're going to do our crossbred female champion drive. So we'll need Stephen's junior heifer calf, so his old one, come on out. You will need Mia's junior yearling back out in the ring. And that should be our entries for our crossbred champion drive.
crossbred division, we have a couple heifer calves, and then really I can look at these as individuals because each of these are in their own class, so they actually can be combined and as a cow-calf combination as well. But nice cattle, good job everybody. I think these females here from a crossbred perspective can be very, very useful cattle in the industry. They're sound on their feet and legs. They have some rib and some body in them, and they all just kind of have a functional look about it. But in a show ring environment, that extra pizzazz is always going to be in your favor, and that extra style and look is always helpful. So my favorite one in the crossbred division, the young lady's blaze face heifer down there. Let's give her a nice round of applause on a really high quality heifer. Really fancy, real eye-appealing kind of female. Reserve's going to go to the cow-calf pairs, so congratulations to that project. Outstanding combination of females there. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Mia Putsky of the North Star 4-H with that Grand Champion entry, and Stephen Kangas from Country Sires. Okay, so don't go too far because now we'll pull back in our champions from our other classes to do our Grand Champion female. Alright, so now we have for Julianne Putsky's the Angus Junior Yearling. Our reserve champions from those classes will be ringside here so we can see when the champion is chosen. So we have Julianne Putsky with her junior yearling Angus, Ella Briggs with her Hereford, Nathaniel Putsky with the Simmental, Mia Putsky with the champion Crossbred. Our reserve entry should be on deck or on the west end of the ring. So when we choose the champion, we can pull in your animals. So Lillian Knudsen, Natalie Messina, and Stephen Kangas with your reserve champions on deck. Be ringside, so we need one. following our Grand Champion female drive, we will do our club herd entries. And we have a couple of clubs that have entered in that. A club herd consists of 5 animals of any sex or breed, but that are owned by at least 3 different exhibitors in the same club or FFA chapter. So after this class, after we do our champion and reserve, then we will do our club herd class.
We got a really good crowd here. Kind of the bleachers are full. Let's show our appreciation for these young people. A nice round of applause. I know our numbers weren't maybe as big as you'd like, but boy, the quality is still really good. If you look down the lineup, these heifers are very, very high-end cattle. These are the kind of cattle that could go to a lot of different places and be very competitive and get looked by a lot of judges, because they're all really eye-appealing cattle. They have some look and some attractiveness to them, but yet to really set them apart, they have some thickness and muscle when you get right behind them. So really want to congratulate these young people, and they definitely deserve a lot of appreciation, because it's not easy showing breeding heifers. We do it at our house, and to keep these heifers looking fresh and keeping their hair and their condition and a good fresh look about them. At the same time, they're females, and so you're worried about getting them bred and trying to keep them bred when they go to shows. Sometimes it gets kind of hard to maintain them, sometimes when you're traveling a lot with them. So I really commend these young people, because showing heifers is not an easy deal, especially if you want to really make them high-end, high-quality kind of cattle. So congratulations. I was really impressed last year with the heifer show, and I'm really impressed again with these class winners. My favorite heifer, though, I think, to me, is just a little bit better than the others in terms of just putting it all together. As a judge, you just want to find the complete ones. Complete just means they're fault-free, they don't have any major issues with them, and I think there's just a heifer out here that I love to own a bunch of them. She just kind of puts a lot of nice things together. Young lady with the Angus, let's bring her forward. That's an outstanding female. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Julianne Putsky, North Star 4-H, with that Grand Champion female. Lillian Knudsen is bringing in her reserve, now competing for reserve champion. Following this, we'll do club herd.
It does get closer, in my opinion, for reserve champion. I think the Angus heifer for me was kind of like Secretariat at the Belmont. I think she was just lengths ahead of these others in terms of putting it all together. But to me, reserve's close, because the Angus that comes here second, I really liked her in class. I think she's really good in terms of foot and bone, and just really moves good off her front end. She really has a nice reach and flex up front. I didn't think she was quite as stout as that winner, but boy, her foot and bone and her soundness up front is really, really good. I think she's really in contention out here. I think these two Simmental-based heifers on the side of the ring have so much style and eye appeal as well. I think there's one that matches that winner, kind of that type of being more three-dimensional, not only being good looking from the side, but also has that extra body width and power. Young man right there with the Simmental, you're going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Nathaniel Putsky with that Simmental Junior Yearling heifer. So with the reserve champion. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause again. All right, we are going to wrap up our breeding show with what is called our club herd entry. And our club herd is an entry of at least 5 animals. So 5 animals, and they can consist of any sex or beast breed. And they need to be owned by at least 3 different exhibitors in the same 4-H club or chapter. So I believe we have an entry in the cupboard from the Countrysiders 4-H club and from the North Star 4-H club. So you guys can bring those entries in. We'll have Countrysiders down at the east end of the ring. We'll do the North Star on the west end of the ring. Go ahead and bring those animals in and be ready. Following Club Herd, we will go into our market classes. So we will start with our dairy market steers. And those items are on the back of your show, back of your program. But Club Herds, you should be coming into the ring at this time.
Short. You didn't really want to show them my own show them that's the biggest line. That's based on the BCTRC. He does. So they rate the that's not a live. What was the ultrasound? What was the ultrasound? That's different than what the guy had. Is there a context for the ultrasound?
No, these are private guns.
Is this? Now, if it's BCTRC, that's just based off of that's not like that. But his, your loinizer.
The ones that are sale market
That's
eligible.
easier to look at. So you were
Because this is kind of like the sheep shoulders and all many other classes. Yeah.
I don't know.
Huskies were near the end of the year. This one looks great on the end. Back
Brooks back there, so.
So in the group classes, as a judge, you kind of want to look for that uniformity of quality, regardless if it's heifers or steers or pairs or whatnot. You just kind of want to look down the line and say which group from Indian kind of has that uniformity and that high quality look. And I think this club does. You're going to be first place. Really nice set of cattle from Indian. I think the champion and reserve champion heifers were in there, and then we'll see some of the steers later on. So you'll be first. Second will be to the one to my left here. Maybe not quite the uniformity across the board. Some nice individuals in there, but maybe not quite that extra uniformity. So congratulations. Good job, everybody.
Congratulations, it's awesome to see our clubs being so proud of their entries. So you guys can go ahead and head out. And once we get these animals put back, we will start with our market classes. Our market steers were weighed in on Wednesday morning, and then they were scanned for ultrasound for carcass merit. We took measurement of back fat, and marbling, and ribeye area, all to figure out our carcass quality. And we were graded according to our quality grades and yield grades. The steers had to meet their minimum weights. They also had to meet a minimum of 2 pounds per day of weight gain. So way back in December of 2022. And then they've been on feed for the next 221 days. So then we figured out their weight gain minimum of 2 pounds a day and had to grade high, select, or better. So these are the animals that are eligible for the sale. And our sale will take place in this very ring at 1:30 on Saturday afternoon. We'll start with our picnic at 11:30 in the infield, and then pre-sale announcements about 1:10, and the auction will start at 1:30 on Saturday. So we are going to get into our market steer classes. So now exhibitors, as you come in, we'll be calling you in by your weight class. And remember where you stand in line, because this will come into play when we go to do our live ranking. So first is our dairy steer class. So these animals are full dairy steers. Both parents are dairy animals. And we're looking for Carter, Haley, and Emily to bring your entries on in. These animals range in weight from 1,179 pounds to 1,539 pounds.
I don't want to do that. Shit, this was like looking for the gate to get out. Woo! Check that one out. She just wants to play. Oh,
Another one's up.
happy, happy, joy, joy.
They don't do so good once you get a couple hundred people watching. Yeah, these are deep. They're well, if they were bull that size, they would nobody would do it. So leave it around 50 cents.
My uncle almost got killed by a bull the next day.
They're just a little way and stuff. There's a lot of people out here. Very nice animal.
I was just reminded of a comment saying my mom used to make. She passed away, she was 94. She used to say, feeling their oats. I think that's what's happening out here. They're not wild cattle, they're just maybe been tied up and now they want to just get out and kind of just stretch their legs by when they get out here. But nice set of cattle. These are kind of really the beefier dairy breeds you're going to see in Europe. They're kind of a strain of the Simmentals, kind of related to them a little bit. So you can kind of see that old flower colored pattern that the original Simmentals had when they came over to this country. These are beefier than most traditional dairy breeds. And you can see, I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady over on the right. Her calf is really stout. It's a lot of bone and a lot of muscle when you look down the top line of that calf. And I think just from the standpoint of performance and muscle, that's the class winner. The young lady that's going to be in second, I like her levelness of her calf. I think she's got a calf that's straight in its top line and level and correct out to its rump. Not as opened up and not as boldly sprung as that first place individual. The calf that's going to end up third here is just a little behind on weight and performance, and then unfortunately when I get my hands on them, I'm feeling for finish of condition, market readiness. That calf is just a little more bare right over his ribs. Maybe needs a little more time on feed to catch up with the big boy on the other end. So nice set of cattle. Congratulations. Good job keeping up with these steers out here.
First place in that dairy steer category was shown by Emily Polina, second by Haley Polina, and third by Carter Polina. So these guys back to the barn. On deck is our first class of Class A of market steers, so our lighter weight steers. We're going to look for Stephen Kangas, Emma Organ, Noah Marvin, Kayla Weibel, Micah Putsky, Kayla Christensen, and Lillian Knudsen. So these are steers weighing from 1,000 pounds, 1,054 pounds to 1,179. So you guys can go ahead and bring those animals on in.
Yeah, usually they are. They're more of a green color. But hard to say. It might be a cross. They are. That's why it's tough to they all are. like if you get a purple, which I think is red, white, real big one, tend to be a little smaller. But if they get away from it, then they can ship it. Yeah.
Just a reminder for any of the exhibitors that can hear us in the hog and sheep barn, at the end of this show here, we will have our beef selections made for the sale. And if you are an exhibitor, this goes for beef exhibitors too, if you have qualified in multiple species, you'll need to let us know by the time we're done with the show today, which animal you're gonna take for the sale. So you can have one lot in the sale, whether that's your beef, your sheep, your hog, or your Miss Q entry. So if you qualify in more than one species, that's fabulous, but then you need to make a decision as to which lot you will sell. And again, our qualifications for our sale here, we take the top 30 steers, top 40 hogs, and then 25 lambs. Those are our base numbers. If we're short on a particular species, then we fill in from the other qualified animals that are able to, that have qualified, and each of them meeting all of their qualifications. So our steer qualifications, as we mentioned before, our minimum weight is 1,000 pounds for our straight beef and beef cross steers, 1,050 pounds for a beef and dairy cross steer, and 1,100 pounds for a straight dairy steer. They also have to gain 2 pounds of weight per day, again going from our December weigh-in to yesterday's weigh-in on the 19th. And then also have to grade accordingly. We use our ultrasound scanning services with Dr. Archimedes Reyes from UW River Falls. They had scanned our animals yesterday, took measurements with loin eye, back fat, and marbling to come up with a quality grade and a yield grade. And these animals have to grade a high select or better. So kind of prime Prime, Choice, or High Select are possible grades. At the conclusion of today's show, then, we will get these animals live ranked. We'll rank them 1 through 30. I believe we have 30 exhibitors, and we will pick an order, and then those top 30 will be sold on the auction on Saturday.
As we turn the page and get into this market steer division, you know, the basics of market animal evaluation is a combination of muscle, finish, and structural correctness. And I think the gray steer here, the smoky steer here, kind of puts it all together in this class. Really like when I got my hands on. These are lightweight cattle, by the way. They're probably not quite at that ideal weight, but when you think about going to harvest later this weekend, I guess, and coming into having some endpoint value. I thought that gray steer handles with the most condition. I'm most happy with his being closer to market ready than some of these other cattle. He's got a big top in him. He's really square out of his hip. And really what sets him apart is he can put that on a good set of running gear. Pretty decent in terms of feet and leg structure. He's not the pretty calf in class. That's the steer in third. Unfortunately, the steer in third is just not enough power in that steer. But that's a good steer to start the class, the gray steer. The black and white steer, we can go ahead and circle him around. I like this calf quite a bit. He's not as big right behind his shoulder as the Charcross calf that wins. He's a little bit rounder in his shoulder in terms of the way he wants to come out and pinch right in his forerib area. But he's heavy bone, he's heavy structured, he's got a big hip in him, really big hip, big stifle, just a little bit coarser up through his front end, and kind of wants to be a little bit right behind his shoulder, not a smooth blending. This is a pretty steer, and I think if we had this one at home, this is not his endpoint. This is a steer that you need to get up to the 14s, and then I think he'll fill out. I got my hands on this calf, and he just wasn't as big top as he needs to be. Underneath some of that really beautiful hair, he's just a little bit trim and a little bit needs more time on feed to be more ideal in his touch. But that's a pretty calf from the side. I just need more power and stoutness and better handle on that guy. But a really well presented, highly fitted calf. Calf that comes here next, you can just see right down his top. There's a big ribeye in this guy, and I don't know what these cattle scanned, but I bet he scanned pretty big because he's got a big turn to his upper rib. The problem with that guy, he's all muscle, but he needs a little bit better set of feet and legs. He gets a little bit wonky kind of as he travels off both ends, and in a steer show, it's all those things put together. We love carcass value, but they still have to have a good set of feet and legs and kind of a really good look to them. Black steer right here, big top, no doubt about it. He'll have a big ribeye too for his carcass size. His structure concerns me a little bit. His front knees are a little bit bowed and swelled up. He kind of wants to be a little bit buck-kneed up front. His structure ain't quite as good as some that he needs to be, but boy, he's got a lot of muscle. The two red steers that come next, just a little flatter-sided cattle. This guy handles with a little more degree of finish. In fact, he's probably as good as finished calf as we had in class. Unfortunately, he's one of the lighter muscle cattle in class, so it's kind of a little bit of trade-off. And the steer that will get caught here and finishes the class just needs a little bit more time. He's a little shallower body, needs a little bit more expression when you see him from behind as well. So nice set of cattle, good start to the steer show. Good job, everybody.
Congratulations, the first blue in that class was shown by Micah Putsky of the North Star 4-H Club. Second blue by Emma Organ. Third place, Lillian Knudsen. Fourth was Michaela Weibel. Fifth was Noah Marvin, followed up by Kayla Christensen and Stephen Kangas. Our next group will be our Group B coming in, our first of our medium weight groups. So we're looking for Nathaniel Putsky, Bailey Shatley, Julianne Putsky, Triton Kruger, Kylie Christensen, Stephen Kangas, her second steer, and Mia Putsky. get all of our steers graded in their market classes, then our exhibitors that have more than one steer will have to make a choice as to which animal they would want live rank. So after we get done with all of those, all of our market classes, we will get our live rank.
champions of final.
For me, this class kind of sorted pretty quickly. I think these two steers here kind of elevate to the top pretty handily. I think they're really good, typey kind of cattle. You look at them from the side, you like their strength and levels. The top line, they're deep in their forerib. They have some rear rib and body in them. I just think the black steer just comes just a little better out of his hip. I love the width through the pin set and the rump of the black steer. I think he carries it down into the center and lower portions of his quarter just a little bit better there. He's fancy, he's got a good look about him. You get your hands on him, you like the shape to his upper rib, and just a nice place to start. The Shark Cross calf here, the butterscotch here that comes here next, boy, you just like to have a bunch of those. So practically built, good feet and leg structure, good bone and foot, really good depth of body. He looks like he's kind of an easy feeding kind of calf. Not quite as stylish and neat fronted as the black steer, and again, right up through his rump, I didn't see him quite as square and correct. That's a good kind of calf to go second. The dark red steer just needs a little bit more middle for me to really get moving him up in the class. He's one of the sounder, freer, striding cattle. I like that about him. In fact, that's the reason he beats the next steer, because he's just sounder in his feet and leg structure. I like to drop some flank in that guy. I think he just needs to fill out just a little bit better in terms of his rear rib and body to move up. But he showed extremely well. The young lady's just really good on the stick there. Really gives a nice look from the side, really sound. This guy's really chock full of muscle. Big top in him, a lot of ribeye. I bet he's scanned really big in terms of ribeye size. It's his structure that bothers me just a little bit. He just gets a little bit stiff in his stride off both ends. He's gonna look good hanging from a hook. Maybe in the steer show out here, I'd just like to see him move a little bit better. The guy here comes in next, this steer here, just really good in terms of finish and condition. He's got some condition down low in his brisket, which gives me an idea that he's gonna be a high kind of quality grading kind of cattle. But his yield grading won't be quite as strong, I suspect, because he needs more muscle right up through his hip and into his quarter. He's one of the flatter butted steers in the class. But I do like his depth of body a little bit better, and I like the fact he's got more condition on him than the two remaining steers. The two cattle that come here next, they're just kind of uniquely different. I guess I think they're pretty close because they are kind of different. I thought the Angus cross steer just comes with a little bit more thickness right up through his rump. The big Shar steer probably has more length of body and depth of body, but gets to be a little bit more incorrect as he travels behind. So there's a close pair there to conclude the class. Congratulations on a nice class.
Okay, our next group will be our second group of our medium weighted steers. So we have Alexia Peterson, Rose Barufka with her 1,284 pounder, Lane Scott, Jenna Herman, Madeline Kruger, Braden Richter, and Mackenzie Knudsen.
We're gonna check on our camera. Just move it a little bit. Put it there. Right next to you. It's a good spot for us to watch it. Wish I could get more. Maybe back it up. That might work. The best place for it. Here.
Solid ground.
I know. Well, that's not bad.
That's pretty good. It's hard when it's a big group, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to get everyone in. don't throw that, honey.
Yeah.
Good enough. All right, let's go. Let's go find the corn pit.
See, next year is from their own farm. The other one they bought Prosper. I don't know.
If you're following along on the program and you notice that you may have seen multiple students entered, or a student entered twice, we do this with our beef cross and dairy beef cross steers all in the same category. And then they are sorted by weight. So our class A, B, C, D groups are all sorted by weight. And if your animals, when we get the weight breakdowns, if they end up having two in the same class, then they are, we have to move one up to the next class. That's our policy every year. So that's why your program in your hands might say 2 entries per student. One of those goes up the other way. Then we have some additional scratches. So that's why you might not agree with what's in your paper. The judge has been mentioning the scanning information, our ultrasound or our carcass results will be taking place next Thursday, 7 p.m. at Rice Lake High School. That's a change from what our students have had, so exhibitors and families make note of that. The Carcass Awards program will be at the Rice Lake High School auditorium next Thursday at 7 p.m. So that's, we will go through it. Dr. Reyes will explain the carcass results. We will get to determine, find out who's carcass champion. We'll determine our overall champion, so a combination of live rate, rate of gain, and carcass merit, or your performance champion. And then our winners of our different showmanship and breeding classes will be recognized. And that will be the culmination of our project for this year. So that's next Thursday, the 27th. At Rice Lake High School. So make note it's at Rice Lake. Marion High School parking lot is under construction, so you won't get very far to try to drive it. we are going to be treated to a few words from our fairest of the fair and former beef exhibitor, Miss Brooke Shatley. I almost called you Brooke.
It's okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Brooke Shatley, and I am your 2022 Barron County Fairest of the Fair. I always get asked what is my favorite thing to do here at the Barron County Fair, and I feel like I have to be kind of impartial because I am a former beef exhibitor, so I would have to say the beef show is one of my favorite things to attend and has been for many years. I would also like to say thank you, and I've said this at all of the livestock shows, thank you to everyone in the audience for showing up for these kids. They greatly appreciate you being out there, whether you are a breeder that one of these kids bought a steer from or a heifer from. So thank you guys for showing up. They greatly appreciate it. And thank you guys for coming to the Barron County Fair.
Let's give Brooke a nice round of applause. She's done a fabulous job representing our fairest. And I believe, Brooke, is it Friday evening is the crowning of the new fairest over at the 6:30 at the Heffernan stage down by the Youth Expo building. So make sure you check that out tomorrow.
These top three make you kind of think a little bit, and I'm sure if we took a survey of everybody in the crowd, we might be split three ways across the board, because it's kind of where you want to put your priorities. All three of these steers have something I really love about them, and they have kind of a flaw that I'd just like to tweak a little bit, but more times than not, I'm just thinking about sound, practical, good kind of cattle. The young lady's kind of Angus influence steer there. He just suits me the best. He's the best handling calf in the class. When I get my hands up over his rib and down on his forerib, he's mellow to the touch. I feel confident in his ability to lay down some finish and be kind of a market-ready calf. He's strong top. He's got a big upper rib in him, and from the side view, he's got the best rib shape. His uniformity from his forerib back to his rear flank is the best. Where does he get beat, or where would I like to just kind of improve him? In the show steer world, bone and foot size get you a long ways too, and that's what I love about the second steer is the big legs, the big tree trunks that he has, kind of makes him look like a top kind of show steer. So the first steer, if I could just stouten him up at the ground a little bit, put some more foot size on that guy, I really kind of think he'd be a very tough steer to get around. But there's some trade-offs. This guy to me, he's a 13, 20 weight steer, and I think he probably needs to go another 100 pounds, to be honest. He's kind of bare to the touch over his forerib, just like to soften and mellow up his condition just a little bit. I love his feet and legs. I could start the class if I just place him on those one traits. His bone is big, his foot size is big, he really moves extremely well. I love that stout, that He-Man kind of look that he has. But you can kind of almost see that, you can almost see a little bit of his rib cage. He needs to soften up a little bit in terms of his touch and strengthen him up right behind his back, just right behind his blade. But that's a steer that you love to have and get him up another 100 pounds. Boy, that steer could be good about 2 months from now. But today's just a little bit raw, not quite pulled together. The gray steer, if you just want to judge his class on standing still, and we've seen a lot of steers now that have stood in that third, fourth place range because they're not sound enough. Standing still, this guy's very striking. He's very eye-appealing. The young man has him dialed in terms of hair coat and fit job is really nice. His front end alignment is just not correct. He's bucking over at his knees already, just not sound enough to win a steer class, and under me anyway, but boy, I love that guy standing there. Just need to make him more correct. This guy right here is going to be a good steer if someone wants to buy a good freezer beef kind of calf. He's certainly one of the fatter cattle in the class, and that'll certainly going to help his market readiness. He'll be one of the upper 2/3 of choice cattle, I suspect. but in a show ring environment, he's just a little bit too coarse and playing up through his front end, unfortunately. Not quite as thick right in his rear quarter and into his stifle. But a fat steer that's going to make a nice harvest kind of calf. This guy right here has got a little more muscle than the two remaining steers. He's a little bit plainer to look at. His head and crest is a little bulky. He's not quite as stout boned as some of the others, but he's got a little more muscle than the two remaining steers. The big black and white steer, tall, long, but just needs a little bit more condition, a little bit more finish to make me feel more comfortable in getting him up. And the steer that remains just gets a little coarser and shorter about his front end, doesn't move quite as well as the others. Got some nice condition on him, just like to change his structure to make him move up in the class. Good set of steers, very competitive top three.
All right, congratulations in that class. Our top blue went to Mackenzie Knudsen of the North Star 4-H. Second blue to Madeline Kruger of the Prairie Farm Pals 4-H. Third to Brayden Richter, Bryce Lake FFA. Fourth to Alexi Peterson, Vermilion Cruisers. Fifth was Jenna Herman of North Star 4-H. Sixth was Rose Barufka of Columbia Live Wires. And seventh to Lane Scott of Doyle Juniors. All right, this should be our heavyweight group of market steers. So we can bring those in. We have 2 entries from Ashton Massey, Kayla Christensen, Colton Bramber, Madeline Kruger was her second animal, Patty Hargrave, and Rose Barufka's steer that moved up that category. And again, if you see that we've got 2 entries under Ashton in this class, well, we ran out of room to put them. They fall into the same class, and this is the heaviest. So this is our last of the market steers. After this class, we will bring back our first and second place steers for our champion drive, and then we will do live rank. When we get to live rank, if you had more than one steer, you'll need to tell us which steer you're going to take for live rank.
Get over here. My grandpa and dad. Don't you duck away from me. Stand right here.
We've had a really cool right in front there. We've had a really nice steer show here, and these big heavyweight steers to kind of just help complete the show. And you know, as I get my hands on these big cattle, they're really not big in terms of where the industry's at. There's a lot bigger cattle that are going through feed yards right now and hitting the plants. And so these aren't really, they're big for today's show, but they're really not big in all reality. Really, when you get your hands on them, I don't have any steer that I'm concerned about now getting too fat, which is often the case sometimes when you feed these cattle hard, these heavier weights, you hurt their yield grades. I don't have any cattle in here when I get my hands on them too concerned about them actually being too fat now. So this is a tough pair. This will give and take. I'd be the first to admit that I'd like to see a little stronger top line from an aesthetic show ring perspective. Doesn't hurt their carcass by any stretch, but I like to see this first steer just a little bit just stronger down his top line, just to make me feel just super excited. But you know what? When you get behind him, that's the point I like about him. Is his hip is so stout. He's so wide. He's got just a little better pin set than the gray steer. He's heavier boned than the gray steer, and all the other things I like about him. He kind of has an advantage over the gray steer. I would like to see him just a little stronger to stop, but I'm going to give you the nod because I like a lot, about 99% of him from that point on. The gray steer, really, I bet he looks good on his scan sheet. He'll look good in the cooler. He's not quite as good in terms of the way his rump is made. He doesn't set down as much bone and foot size as that first place steer. His neck's a little cresty. His front is not quite as eye appealing, I would say, as the black steer. So there's some trade-offs. You can kind of go back and forth on those two cattle. But the main thing is they're two good cattle, high quality cattle that added to your show. Congratulations. The black and white steer. Black and white steer, he's just a little bit, to me, kind of getting kind of bigger and kind of more extreme. I'd like to maybe just notch his frame size down just a little bit, deepen up his body just a little bit, because those cattle that are a little bigger, extreme cattle, they're not quite as easy feet. They don't reach their endpoint maybe at a little more practical size. But this guy's got some muscle. He's got a really expressive quarter shape in him. I like his length of body. He's more muscular than the remaining steers. But to get around those first two steers, though, he needed to be deeper body. The red steer beats the young lady owns both these cattle. And I like your red steer just a little bit better. I like his levelness just a little bit better. They're close, because the black steer you're showing has a little bit more lower quarter shape, but the red steer, he's dead leveled on his top and gives a nice look. He does need a little bit more in the seat of his pants to maybe move up amongst those other steers. The black steer does have the little more, have some more muscle there, but he gets a little bit more rounder out of his hip and doesn't have quite the balance. And then the steers that come next, two steers that are kind of different. This guy's got a nice degree of finish, just needs a little more muscle. And then the opposite of that, the steer that finishes needs a little bit more finish to match that extra frame size. So congratulations, another good class here to finish up.
Congratulations, Colton Gramberg from Section 10 4-H, showing the first place animal in that class. Second place to Madeline Kruger of Prairie Farm Pals. Third place, Hattie Hargrave. In fourth place was Ashton Massey. In fifth place, Ashton Massey. In sixth place, Kayla Christensen. And in seventh in that class was Rose Barufka. So at this point, we are going to do our championship drive. So we're going to bring in our first booth from each of our steer classes. So Emily Kalina, come on in with your dairy steer. Our second booths are going to stand over here for standing in reserve. Okay. So we've got Emily Kalina. Follow Austin, our ringman right over here. He's going to be the line leader. He'll get you lined up. Okay. Micah Putsky with our Group A group. Nathaniel Putsky will be next. Group C is going to be Mackenzie Knudsen and then Colton Gramberg. So we should have 5 animals out in the ring. And then we can bring our reserves and set them to the side. Again, if you are second place in your weight class, make sure you're on standby. So when we pick our range, standby for reserve.
Let's put our hands together and congratulate these steer exhibitors on a really nice show. I know we got a few things left with the live rank and some showmanship, but boy, I've really been impressed. This is my second year doing this, and I've just been impressed with just the quality of cattle. Our heifer numbers aren't large by any stretch, but boy, those top-end heifers were just really fun to watch and look at because they were very high quality. And the steers, look at the class-winning steers we have. In every class, I was able to kind of find a steer I can kind of turn complete. Now, there's no perfect cattle. I've never judged a perfect one anywhere. There's some that have been kind of close, but there's no perfect cattle, so there's always trade-offs as a judge. But what you're trying to do is find the one that is the most complete of the group you're selecting from. And I think each and every class here, we had some steers that represent kind of what a good show steer should look like. They're thick, heavy muscled cattle that have some stoutness to them, but yet in a show ring environment, they're fancy, they have some eye appeal. It's still a market show, so I try to find cattle that still handled with enough condition. And we got a big spread of cattle in weight, but hopefully within their classes they had enough condition to maybe be a little bit more ideal from a carcass standpoint. It's always been a good show. Again, this is my second year, and I think the showmanship's going to be fun to judge here coming up shortly. I've been kind of watching showmanship. I actually judge showmanship all day, so hopefully the young people know that and remember that from last year, that showmanship is an all-day event. In fact, the best time to be good at showmanship is back actually during the live shows, during the classes, because if you're good at showing cattle or showing pigs or lambs, you can move your ranking up sometimes a little bit if you do a good job of showmanship, or you can actually go opposite. You can move your ranking down sometimes if you don't do a good job getting them showed. So I kind of judge showmanship all day, and I think showmanship's going to be very competitive because I've seen some really good showmanship techniques being out here. Thanks again for inviting me. I know we got quite a few things to do, but we've had a really nice day to judge cattle. It's really been a nice, cool day in the ring anyway. The cattle look good, they're fresh, they're not hot and wrung out by any stretch. So it's really been a nice ring and a nice environment to judge, and we've had some good ring help. The gentleman lining up the cattle has kept the cattle coming in a nice pace and a good order. So it's really been a good event. I think there's maybe a steer to me that kind of suits me for more of the traits of a steer show in terms of kind of that ideal live weight, that ideal finish, that ideal muscle. Kind of puts most things together in terms of balance and correctness. Kind of wraps the whole package together and to the highest degree out here. My favorite steer is the Angus steer. Let's bring him forward. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Mackenzie Knudsen with that Grand Champion animal. And Mackenzie, if you head on over to the photo area, Emily will get your picture. So we are looking for Natalie Kruger to bring in your second place animal in that class, unless you're choosing to take the other one.
Reserve champion, I think, a person can go a lot of different ways out here for reserve champion. All these cattle remaining have some really good quality and traits about them. The fleck feed dairy steer within that dairy industry, they'll be way off the edge in terms of muscle compared to most Holsteins. So you like that about that calf, the muscularity, the finish he has. He's not quite as fancy and as smooth-fronted as you're going to see in the beef kind of cattle out here, but I appreciate his muscularity, and I appreciate his growth. I think he's a February-born calf on his ear tag. That's true. That's getting it done in the feeding floor. That guy's really grew extremely well. Little Charolais steer, little gray steer. He's built kind of how you want to build one. I just need to make him bigger in his kind. He's just a little bit quick in his maturity pattern, just a little small in his type, but he's built right. Bone and foot size and thickness is really good. Just like to expand this, all angles on him, just to make him a little bigger. I really like the young man steer in terms of balance and profile. He's a little light out here, I guess, for me when you notch him up against the heavier cattle. He too probably can use just a little bit more time on feed. But boy, he's made extremely well. He's in contention out here because I just love the way he's put together. Balance, structure's all good. Just like to make more of him. Just see him a little bigger in his kind as well. If you consider this the end point of a market project. The big steer that's giving us all the trouble here, the big 1400 weight steer. He's true meat and muscle kind of guy. Tremendous amount of hip. He's one of the heavier muscle, thicker hip cattle we've probably seen all day. From a show ring perspective, he is a little dippy right behind his shoulder. He doesn't profile as well as the kid there in the maroon shirt. That steer is just so level. You can put a level on his top. He's just so correct. And so I'd like to change that calf in a few areas, but meat and muscle and bone is really good. And then the steer that came out in reserve. All these steers, I think, are good quality cattle. I thought he had the best set of running gear of any steer we saw today. He's got that show steer foot. He's got that show steer bone. It's a smooth joint in his hock. He's got great knees up front. He too probably needs a little bit more condition. He is in the 1300s. I like that weight for a market steer, but I like to soften him up, and that's why he got beat by the other steer. He just wasn't as smooth in his touch, right behind his shoulder, not quite as mellow. But that's a good calf. Love the feet and legs on him. Love the balance, quality. That's a good steer. I like him second best today. He's going to be reserve champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Natalie Kruger with the Prairie Farm Pals with that reserve champion steer, and Maddie's headed out to get her picture taken. All right. We are going to do our live rank. So exhibitors, you need to make sure that you're listening. There are a couple of you that have multiple steers, so you'll have to let me know which steer you're are going to show. What we're going to do is line up in order. We're going to take first the blue ribbons first. So Emily, if you want to come on over. Austin's going to be our line leader. It's his lucky day in kindergarten today. He gets to be the line leader. So you're going to line up, and then we are going to keep you in line. We're going to face the sheep barn, so you can kind of look around. And we're going to get your animal head to tail facing the sheep barn. First one's always the toughest. And we will, we're going to face the sheep barn. We did it this way last year, so Mike, we're going to go around over right here. Okay, so now we're going to be pulling in the blue ribbons from each of those classes, and then our next animals in for our next ranking. So we have, from the dairy steer class, we should bring in Haley Kalina steer next, line up behind Emily. So Haley Kalina, Emma Organ, Mia Putsky, Brayden Richter, and Hattie Hargrave. You guys will be the next ones into the ring. When you come in, you need to stand behind the person that you were behind in class. So Brayden, you were the next one up from the after champion result. And then Colton, that's going to be your line right there. And then if we can move it over. Okay, so now we need Alexia Peterson and Hattie Hargrave. Go ahead and bring your animals up here. Again, what we're doing is getting everybody in line.
Yeah. You don't have to have
Like,
Oh, if you're doing showmanship, yeah, you do.
okay, hold up.
I don't think you need to do them if you're
Here.
doing regular.
You don't need them in showmanship.
Yeah, you do. You need to be all white.
So in order, we should have our dairy steers,
Go, Ethan.
then okay. So going across the front here is we have Emily, then Micah, then Nathaniel, then Brayden, then Colton. So we're good with that one, okay? Emma Oregon, we need you out here as well. Orange. You're already here. Okay. All right, guys. Remember, you gotta watch the person ahead of you. So folks, when our judge selects you, we're gonna come out and we're gonna tell Sarah your name, okay? And we're gonna announce you as far as in order. We'll do the best that we can so everybody can hear. You need to watch the person ahead of you. When we get an entire row done, then we will stop and pull more people out, okay? So exhibitors in the barn, you really need to be listening. Okay, Alexia, and Maddie pull up, and then, okay, so then, let's see here. Julianne and Triton will be coming in next for Class B, right here by Austin. Jenna Herman should be coming in. And Ashton Massey. Our goal, if you're trying to watch from the stands, our goal is to have about 10 units in the ring at a time. And when we finish a line, we'll bring the next group in. There were years we tried to do this with all of the steers in the ring. Then we got smarter. Hopefully. So Jenna is coming right behind Alexia, and Ashton, you're coming right behind Hattie. Okay, keep in mind with the animals that you stood behind in class. And then Triton will be right behind Julianne. Okay, next group's in the A group, so Michaela Weibel and Noah Marvin. And then Carter Kalina for our dairy group. Then our heavyweight would be Kayla Christensen with your heavyweight. Barovka, are you selling your red one? Rose Barovka, are you taking the red one?
That's Lexi Peterson. She saw the person down there. Lexi Peterson.
Okay, so next we will have Stephen Kangas with your red animal. Is he bringing his red or his white one? Okay. Let's see. Then Kylie Christensen behind Noah. Right here. All right, Bailey Shatley can come out. Lane Scott can come out. And then Stephen Kangas, you can bring your animal out. I think that should be everybody. This should be all of the market steers behind Bailey. Okay. So I believe if there's any other folks that have a market steer that's not out here, call or let me know ASAP.
Push.
Okay, so that was our live ring. Let's give all those exhibitors and our ring helpers and our ring barn helpers a nice huge round of applause. It's always a tough job. Okay, we're gonna take about a 3-minute break or so, get our wits back about us. Then we will do our bread and owned for our market class. Following bread and owned, we'll do our junior showmanship. Okay, and then we will go into intermediate. Okay, folks, our bred and owned class will be next. And these are animals that are market steers, bred and owned, raised by the animal on their home farm. So we have Jenna Herman, Stephen Kangas, Mackenzie Knudsen, Mia Putsky, Micah Putsky, Lane Scott, and Lily Knudsen. If there's anyone else that's supposed to be on that list, let us know. If we missed anybody, let us know. Then we will go into junior showmanship. We have 6 entries in junior showmanship. Remember, you have to show in showmanship to qualify for the sale. And you need to show your own animal. Can't go steal one of the cute little calves from another exhibitor. So you have to show your own animal. Bred and owned is your in the class. For the intermediate and senior classes, we are going to break them into 2 heats each, just for our numbers wise. Intermediate showmanship will be after, heat A will be after junior showmanship. And I'll announce that after we get this class figured out. And I know you're wondering what your sale order was. Not quite as organized as to tell you the numbers as you go out as Mrs. Meyer is the case, but ranking number 1 with your champion was Mackenzie Knudsen. Number 2 with your reserve champion was Madeline Kruger. 3rd, Colton Gramberg. 4th, Nathaniel Putsky. 6th, Braden Richter. 5th, Braden Richter. 6th, Mia Putsky. 7, Emily Polina. 8, Caddy Hargrave. 9, Micah Putsky. 10, Lily Knudsen. 11, Ashton Massey. 12, Julianne Putsky. 13, Michaela Weibel. 14, Alexia Peterson. 15, Haley Polina. 16, Triton Kruger. 17, Kayla Christensen. 18, Kylie Christensen. 19, Jenna Herman. 20, Noah Marvin. 21, Bailey Shatley. 22, Carolina. 23, Lane Scott. 24, Rose Barufka. And 25, Stephen Kangas. So if you're keeping track, that means we will have a few extra hogs and lambs in the sale. We had 25 exhibitors that qualified with their beef today, and you can show 1 lot. So if we did the math here, we had about 4 or 5 exhibitors that had multiple steers today, so they had to pick one. And we had a few exhibitors that have chosen to show or to sell their other animal. And that is why we have 25 steers. So, and at this point, we're doing the bred and owned class. Junior showmanship is on deck.
little bit maybe anticlimactic because we did the live rank moments ago, so you kind of seen how I ranked these steers before, but just, you know, this bred and owned thing, I really appreciate these young people for doing this and being part of this part of the show. In our house, we do have some cattle, and so my kids, all our cattle are registered in their names, and they're responsible for maintaining the pedigrees and doing some of those things, and that allows us, when we go to some shows, to show in that bred and owned division. We have a lot of value in that, because I think that's just another educational component that these kids can pick out the sires and match them to the right cows, and kind of see that endpoint a couple of years later with the calves when they grow up. I think that's probably one of the most important things they can get out of this. They'll become better cattle people, they'll become better breeders of livestock, and they'll understand more about the industry than just holding a halter. They'll actually understand the breeding and genetic side of it too. So I do think this bred and owned thing is just a wonderful class to have, and in our house we take part in it quite a bit, because our cattle, like I said, are registered in our kids' names, and they do those things. So we've seen these cattle before. The champion steer, a really good steer that was in a tough class, is out there too. So I don't need to really talk about them much more. Let's put our hands together, congratulate these young people for being part of this bred and owned division. Really good class to have. Congratulations.
Okay, junior showmanship is coming into the ring, and again, showmanship is required for sale eligibility. Juniors are students who have just finished grade 3 through 5. So we're looking for Carter Polina, Madeline Kruger, Triton Kruger, Micah Putsky, Natalie Bassina, and Easton Bassina. For the intermediate showmanship, we are going to do 2 heats. So heat A is Kayla Christensen, Patty Hargrave, Stephen Kangas, Mackenzie Knudsen, Mia Putsky, Lane Scott, and Rose Barufka. Again, that's Group A. For intermediate showmanship, you are on deck. Intermediate B will be following Group A. So if I didn't call your name for intermediate A, you're in B. Mr. Kopak has the list, so if you need to see him, he will be over in the barn area shortly. So, and if you get into the wrong one, that's okay. Just get out here for showmanship. have buckets of goodies for our top showman for each age group today, and that is donated by the Larson family. Let's give Randy and Devin a nice round of applause for those gifts for our showman.
As we get to the end of the day and sort through our showmanship, you know, it's going to be interesting. These cattle sometimes get a little bit hungry and want to get back to the stalls, and so we may see some cattle that maybe aren't quite as active, quite as good as they did earlier today. But I'd like to say this class is doing pretty good. I think these cattle are pretty calm out here, and they're just staying relaxed for these young people. So we'll start off with the junior showmanship, and then we'll move into some heats of the intermediate and senior. But for the most part, I think, you know, if I remember what these kids did back in the class and then I combine it to what they do now, I'm just looking for kids that have just a little bit of awareness about the show ring and how to hold a halter, especially at this young age. just the basics of holding the halter correctly, understanding how to use the show stick. Maybe if they're even a little bit better, they'll understand where they want to keep the feet and legs. And some of them are doing a nice job from the side view to stagger those legs. That rear leg stagger always helps cattle look a little wider. It helps them look a little bit, sometimes a little more three-dimensional. If you get the legs too straight up and down and too even off the front and back, sometimes they look a little flat, almost a little more two-dimensional. So some of them are doing that really, really well, actually, and understand some of those little things that those little showmanship techniques that make you really good. Like I said before, I've been judging showmanship all day, and I'm just looking for the young people that can come out here and continue to catch my attention as far as just doing things extremely well through this part of the day and early in the day. So congratulations. First place for this age group was a young person that I spotted right away back when they showed their calf. They do an extremely good job with the way they hold the halter, the way they use the show stick. Show stick is really, really good. The way they present the side view profile of their cattle is extremely well. This person, I think, from the standpoint of just having some outstanding showmanship skills, is really, really good at this young age. So congratulations, young lady. Down there at the right, cowboy hat on. Outstanding job. You're going to be first for showmanship. Second place is going to go to the young man with the gray steer in the middle. Keep that head popped up a little bit, but I think he has a good understanding too. Right there, feet and legs, buddy, don't move them. That's right where you want them. So congratulations, everybody. Good job.
Congratulations, first place in that class. Our junior showmanship champion went to Madeline Kruger, Prairie Farm Pals, and our reserve champion to Micah Putsky at North Star. And remember to go on over and have your picture taken in front of the picture display. And Randy will be there with your bucket of goodies. So Randy and Devin have donated that. Okay, our intermediate group, we are splitting it into two groups. So our first group for intermediate showmen will be Kayla Christensen, Patty Hargrave, Stephen Kangas, Mackenzie Knudsen, Mia Putsky, Wayne Scott, and Rose Barufka. Again, you have to show your own animal. You have to show showmanship to get qualified for the sale. How this will work with our intermediate and our senior showmanship classes is that we've got our two groups, and we'll pick, the judge will pick this top two from the classes, and then we will bring those students back for the champion of each age group. Okay? Again, the rules that you have to show showmanship and show your own animal. Just a reminder too, for those that are showing multiple species, and if you have more than one species, you need to let us know by the end of the show. We're going to be putting the sale catalog together right after this show, so we need to know what you choose to sell. And if you don't let us know, we'll pick for you, and you might not like what we say. So make sure you get in touch with us. So if you qualified in more than one, you need to let us know what you're going to take for the sale. We also want to thank our Rosette sponsors for the champion and reserve banners. We're sponsored by the Knudsen Family Farm, and our Rosettes for showmanship were sponsored by Lowell and Associates. So let's give those sponsors a nice round of applause.
In this first heat of the intermediates, I chose three young people here that will go on and compete against the top of the next class. I just thought they were really good as far as getting their cattle set up quickly, maintaining a nice level with the way they held the halter through the front end, and And we're probably the best in terms of just getting those cattle in line and getting them set up in an efficient manner. So we'll see how they match up against the next group. Congratulations to you three.
So the three that will be coming back in the next, or for the final for this group will be Kayla Christensen, Mackenzie Knudsen, and Mia Putsky. And our other exhibitors in that group were Hattie Hargraves, Stephen Kangas, Lane Scott, and Rose Baraka. Okay, intermediate group B. You are intermediate, so just finished grades 6, 7, or 8. You should be coming into the ring. Colton Gramberg, Haley Kalina, Lillian Knudsen, Ashton Massey, Nathaniel Putsky, and Noah Marvin. And if I missed anybody else, that would be, you should be in the ring at this time. So intermediate showmanship, group 2 or group B, and then we will do the final for that one. And a reminder, if you qualified in more than one species, you need to let us know which animal you're going to pick.
doing this showmanship meet again. Kind of the fundamentals of showmanship, getting the ability to get their cattle set up quickly, understanding the rear legs, stagger. And I thought these three young people were really good in terms of understanding that side view profile. Really looked good from in terms of the way they held the halter and kind of projected their cattle's front end. And I thought they did a good job also earlier in the day. So we'll see how they match up. I'll look at them a little closer as we get to study them against the other three and get a little more critical. But for the most part, outstanding work out here. Congratulations. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
All right, congratulations, those top three that will be staying right here while we bring in the other group. We're Haley Carina, Billy Knudsen, and Nathaniel Hunsky. Also showing in that class were Noah Marvin, Ashton Massey, and Colton Granberg. So congratulations to all of our intermediate folks. So Kayla Christensen, Mackenzie Knudsen, and Mia Hunsky, you can bring your animals in for our intermediate championship, our champion round. On deck are our seniors. We're going to do the same with seniors, where we have two groups. So Group A is going to be Ella Briggs, Jenna Herman, Emma Organ, Julianne Putsky, Bailey Shatley. Group B will be Kylie Christensen, Emily Molina, Alexia Peterson, Brayden Richter, and Michaela Weidel. And if I missed anybody, get out to showmanship. That's what I need to do. Intermediate final is in the ring at this time.
Well, let's give this age group a really nice round of applause here. This is your finalist here. It's getting a little challenging out here, and I think one of the reasons is the flies. I don't know if it's just kind of the weather, the humidity, or whatever, but the flies are just sticking to the legs of these cattle. So if you're going to come out and senior showmanship, I'd advise to put a little fly spray on your cattle, because it's hurting some of these cattle. They're wanting to pick their legs up, and they're fighting a little bit and pawing at the ground. So, before you come back for showmanship, if it's at the end of the day, any show you want to go to, make sure you spray them out some fly spray before you come out here. Also, be aware of your halters. Some of you maybe have your halters just a little bit too big on the cattle. If you have them too big, the halter goes down a little bit too close to their muzzle. And if you're leading your cattle, I had this at a show the other day. The calf, they said, would lead so good with his rope halter, but every time we put a show halter on, they thought the calf would fight it. Well, it was the fact that they would put the show halter on way too loose, and it would get down over their muzzle. That bridge strap does, and it just cuts off their air when you're pulling it with a chain, and that calf doesn't like that, and that calf was whipping its head. So just make sure some of those basic things are done back in the grooming chute before you take them out of your fly spray. Make sure the halter fits, and I think you'll have maybe some more success sometimes, and your calf will work better with you. As far as the showmanship part of it, I don't ask questions. You probably noticed that last year. There's other functions of 4-H and FFA where they can do the quiz bowls and the knowledge bowls and tests and things like that, skill-a-thons, and that kind of covers that side of the beef project, in my opinion. I'm just about the fundamentals of showmanship. Can this person show their cattle to the highest degree of quality to make that animal look better? Because that's basically what showmanship is. Doing things to make your calf look better. Make your pig look better this morning, make your lamb look better last night. You can move up in classes. There's judges that will do that. They'll reward you a little bit back in the classes if you do a good job of showing, because it makes your animal look better. So for me, cattle showmanship is about feet and legs. You hear judges talk about correct structure all the time. Well, you can help out making your cattle look better structured if you keep the hind legs kind of staggered, like most of you guys understand it really well. Keeping the front legs slightly staggered so that makes that animal look wide-chested. Don't have them too far stretched out. Sometimes I saw some cattle where the legs were kind of almost a little too stretched out, so their top lines get a little bit weak. Okay, so keep those legs at a nice sturdy underneath them, not too close, but a nice sturdy hind leg that keeps that top line nice and strong. And one of the things I also watch for, which I think is a little bit of a lost skill, is leading. Leading is getting to be less and less important sometimes, not as emphasized by kids, because a lot of the daily management for cattle that you see is a kid gets the cattle, like at our house, we do the same thing. My daughter gets the steer up, he gets rinsed and washed, She goes right to the fans and gets tied in front of fans while she brushes them. So we don't practice enough leading at home. And so leading sometimes gets kind of bypassed. So leading is very important. If you can lead them at a nice level with their head, and lead them at a nice speed, cattle can look so good. But if you lead them with their head cranked too high, they're going to whip their hind legs under themselves and they're going to swish their tail. If you lead them too low, they look kind of saggy fronted. So leading is kind of something that's actually very, very important. And we're doing a lot better at home this year. We're leading our cattle more at night than we used to. And you'll notice as I go down the line, I kind of talk to the kids a little bit, because I look at this as a learning experience too, because when they leave the ring, I don't want them to say, well, I don't know what the judge didn't like about me. So if I do notice something they could get better at, I'll point it out right in the ring so they do remember it. It's kind of what we do in our backyards at home. When my son and daughter are practicing, I kind of will walk up and say, let's get this leg here, let's move this leg here. And that always hopefully helps them down the road. Tremendous group of young people. Looking back in the heats, looking back throughout the day when I saw them, I thought they all did a nice job. Right now, they're all doing a really good job with the side view profiles. Leading and kind of management of the cattle will probably separate them. I think there's a couple that I thought just their cattle responding to the lead just a little bit better, weren't quite as headstrong and quite as unruly parts as they were. So congratulations to everybody. Good job. Young man, maroon shirt. First place, buddy. Good job. Young lady over there with the blaze heifer, reserve champion. Congratulations. Good job.
Congratulations, our champion reserve showman is Nathaniel Putsky of North Star 4-H, and our reserve is Mia Putsky, also of North Star 4-H. Congratulations. And I believe Emily's going to grab your picture over by the photo display area. Senior showmanship in the ring next. Our first group of seniors, Ella Briggs, Jenna Herman, Emma Morgan, Julianne Putsky, and Bailey Shadley. If there's anybody else that I missed, let me know. See, Group A should be coming in the ring right now. Ella Briggs, Jenna Herman, Emma Morgan, Julianne Putsky, Bailey Shadley. And again, it's required for sale eligibility. Group 2. What's up? What's up? Group 2 of seniors will be Kylie Christensen, Emily Polina, Lexi Peterson, Brayden Richter, and Michaela Weibel, and anybody that I missed. Our senior showmanship final class will be after this. That will be the last class, and then we'll ask for your help to tear down the ring. And I really want to thank all of our ring helpers, all of our barn helpers, from weighing in at initial weigh-in back in December to yesterday's weigh-ins. And every time we need to reset the ring, let's give all of our helpers a huge round of applause. a few minutes. Everybody will just relax. We won't be judging anything until the rest get in there. It's kind of a decision on the fly, so we apologize for that. Had some scratches that we weren't aware of. Instead of doing 2 smaller classes, we were right on that bubble of splitting. So it's a good problem to have.
Well, we got caught up in Miranda at lunch. Congratulations today. You did pretty awesome. Congratulations on your stuff. You weren't over here when we got done with the show, so and I gave her a nice hug. But then we got down there and we got into the Explorer. Yeah, then I got into the Explorer. And I told Brad and Steve, they're like, I didn't tell my first birthday. Congratulations. I know. So then I think we're gonna call. I take over. I did not forget.
Okay, this is the final call for senior showmanship. If you have not competed and been out here for senior showmanship, you need to be out here. So, Ella Briggs, Jen Herman, Julianne Putsky, Bailey Shatley, Kylie Christensen, Emily Carina, Lexi Peterson, Brayton Richter, and Michaela White. And I believe that's everybody. All right, here we go. Last class at the beach show.
two circles before you stop. Well, let's put our hands together for an outstanding showmanship here in this senior group. Very competitive from end to end out here. I think the competition level is really close, but it should be. These are the seniors, and hopefully they've gained a lot of talent over the last, how many years they've been in 4-H and FFA, and they've picked up a few things over the years from different judges, and they kind of can show that off out here. Again, for me, I don't make showmanship hard or difficult. I just look for young people that are getting the job done and are presenting their cattle at the best they can and making their cattle look better. And oftentimes that's just a good side view profile. It's the feet and leg positioning being spot on, and it's maybe holding the head and the neck at a nice level that makes that animal look really complete and just balances them out really well. So, I think back to their classes as well. I remember all these people back when they showed their cattle, and I remember some of the things, some of them were doing really well back then too. So an outstanding group, congratulations. It was a great show. I had two great guys helping, and a gentleman over there running the ribbons that really makes this show go really well. The people up here at the front desk, the class orders and things like that, we kept this show moving really nicely. The pace was real good, and it was very, very organized. Sometimes you around ringside maybe take that for granted that it should be that way, but trust me, I go to a lot of fairs and I judge a lot of shows, and I get a chance to sometimes go to places that it's not that organized. And those shows are tough to judge because they're kind of a little bit of just a disarray. They're not really well ran. But this show, this is my second year, and it's such a well-ran show, and the show ring is just awesome. It's big, it's open, it's bright, and you can see the cattle really well. And so it's just really been a fun show. Thanks for inviting me back. I guess for showmanship, the person that really struck me hard early on in the day, and just a few things that this person did that maybe no one even noticed. When we were doing the lineup, the live auction lineup for the sale, this person had a steer that really wasn't one of the best, it wasn't one of the worst, it was kind of in the middle of the pack. You know what this person did? I didn't see anyone else do this. Most of the people that were standing in line to show to bring their animal up for the live order were just kind of standing there with their halters down, just kind of not really doing anything, just standing there waiting for their turn to get called. I only had one person show their steer during that live animal display. And I looked at this person, and this person was showing hard. And I thought, that is a great character. That is awesome. To show their animal hard all the way through that live animal deal, to work their way up, maybe get higher in the live auction order, maybe not, but just that character, that instinct and that kind of that trait is to continue to work hard regardless if you're being looked at or not, you're showing hard. I thought that was awesome. And then another thing this person does is this person has really good ring awareness, okay? The first time around, they got in kind of a little bit of a dippy spot in the ring. So I said, I'm going to walk them a couple more times and see if this person has the smarts to get out of the hole. You know what this person did? They got out of the hole. The next time they went around the ring, they're 10 feet further back. And so they found a spot in the ring where their heifer actually runs uphill. And so they had a little bit of, I think, this ring awareness, just that little savvy of understanding the whole ring, understanding where you want. If anyone ever shows lambs in here, that's a big deal in the lamb show. You see all these kids when they show their lambs, they try to find a high spot in the ring. So their lamb looks like they're running uphill, okay? Or you get a little smart and kick a little sawdust and make a little ramp for your lambs. That's what my kids do. But you gotta kind of know, it's like driving a car in Minneapolis. You gotta kind of know where you want to go with your car. And this person, two things they did. They worked hard, never quit showing, even if it was the live auction lineup, they never stopped. I think that's just a great character. Love to have this person come study at the University of Minnesota. That's my recruiting ploy. We got good scholarships. So I'd love to have this person there because that's just a wonderful character that they show, a good trait, and they never quit. And then they understand the ring, they know where they want to be. First place showmanship, young lady down there. Congratulations, good job to you. Second place in showmanship, did a really outstanding job back when they were in their class. They kept working on the end. Young lady with the fleck beat, the Inter Reserve champion. Congratulations.
Thank you to everyone who came today to support our show. We want to show our thanks to our judge, Mr. Kyle Rosenbluth, from the Hammond Roberts area and coaching at the University of Minnesota. Let's give our judge a nice round of applause. And I really need to commend all of our students here. These guys have put hours upon hours into this project, starting way back last fall, picking out these calves in the early fall, weighing them in December, getting them ready here for the show here at the fair, and spending lots of hours at home and in the barn. So we are very proud of you and all that you've done. Our sale will be here in this ring on Saturday. Picnic at 11:30 in the infield. Exhibitors, remember your picnic assignments. Tagging starts tomorrow. Tagging for the sale will start tomorrow, 8 a.m. in the sheep barn with the sheep. Mr. Kolpak will be coming through with his crew to tag your animals. Make sure you've got somebody there with your animals. They'll work their way through the sheep and then the pigs and then beef. So probably about 10 o'clock or so with beef, but make sure somebody's around. And then if we can ask for a few helpers to get the ring torn back down, so we are ready for the dairy show for first thing in the morning. So again, thank you all for coming. Another great county fair.
want me to set these ones up against those over there? Yeah, so we gotta get. I'll hold these two up.
Where are these going?
We're just gonna stack these up in the corner.
Okay.
Did you guys get a buyer's letter?
I think Dad got one.
I mean for arm.
Oh.
Was I have some extras? I don't know.
Okay. I guess I don't know if Jacob or Travis got one of those or not. They're normally the ones that handle that stuff.
Sure.
I guess I can take one to the office in the morning too.
Okay. There you go. Some extras.
Okay.
How's everything going in your world?
Good. Yeah. Been busy.
Which is a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah. How about yourself?
Busy.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Storms last night probably made for busier weeks coming up for you guys. Huh?
Yeah. There's quite a few claims that came in this morning. Well, yeah. There was some pictures that came in that they totaled out fields.
You want to go to this course or just the one here?
Well, why don't you lean that one against that one, and then you can cut that one and slide it over.
Bring this one right here, you said?
So we'll.
Why don't you hold that cup to the question?
Oh, okay, I got you.
Thank you.